Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners is now in session. I will ask if there are any members of the public in the audience who would like to make a comment. Right, seeing none. Megan.
I do have Michael Raber online.
Okay. Michael, are you here to make a public comment?
Promoting him to panelist right now.
Michael, if you can hear me, are you here to make a public comment?
He's there. He's just got to unmute.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay, yes. I have two things to bring to your attention. One is the most recent bill that was passed having to do with bike lanes. And there's Representative Leslie Smith, who is our representative, presented House Bill 26-1237. And it has to do with a modification of laws relating to transportation safety and devices, particularly traction devices, which affects Clear Creek County, enhancing requirements for traction devices. And also, what of course caught my attention is that with the passing of the bill, and I'm quoting from the release document, individuals are now prohibited from stopping, standing, or parking a vehicle in the portion of a roadway designated as a bike lane statewide, with a few exceptions. And the exceptions have to do with necessarily avoiding conflict with other traffic. So this has become law. It's been signed off by Governor Polis. So just want us to be sure that law enforcement and the county's aware that that is now law. And it particularly applies to our bike lanes in Clear Creek County, and especially 103. So that's one thing that I wanted to bring to your attention. The other is I was trying to open up the attachment for the Cooperative Forest Road Agreement PDF. Since I live in the middle of the forest, I'd like to find out what we're doing now for what the maintenance agreement is between Clear Creek County and the Forest Service. And I wasn't able to open it to read the details. So if at some point I could get that, I'd sure appreciate it.
I'm able to open it. I read it last night.
I opened it too.
Do you want to try again, Mike? Because it's working on my end.
Well, yep. Let me go in just real quick here.
I'm on it.
I think either way we can send it to him.
Yeah, I either way, we'll send it to you.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it, because this is kind of funny. It only goes down to attachment 1 and then it stops. Everything's blank on my screen. But so that was the extent of what I wanted to express to you.
Thank you. Yep, your time is up, but thank you very much, Michael.
All right.
See you later.
Yep, thank you.
Yep. Is there anyone else online for public comment?
No more hands raised.
Okay. Thank you. That closes public comment. Moving on to county commissioner updates. George, as our senior commissioner, would you like to go first?
Sure. Colleagues, a handful of updates. You may have seen an email from Core Electric. They are doing a member engagement luncheon. I think it would be great for us to just spend a moment right now and make sure that someone can be there. I think we probably have a lot to say to Core Electric about how they handle high wind events. The date is June 3rd. The time is 11:30 to 1:30. I'm curious if any of us are available.
June 1st through the 3rd.
No, June 3rd.
We're at CCI.
Yep. Okay. So then
We invited them, didn't we, Colton?
We can't, we never really followed up on it. We definitely can call them. We can definitely have them come in here though. Like Excel did.
Yeah.
We can do that. Okay.
I wonder if perhaps we can send, I mean, this is a little bit awkward to send staff to deliver a difficult message. Maybe we can, as the date approaches, we can think about the CCI conference really does not have much going on the morning of the 3rd. That morning, usually there's like a couple of last minute things and then people leave. If all else fails, I'd be willing to drive. I think we have an important message to deliver to them about being proactive in high wind storms. So that's one of the things in my update, and I don't think we need to take it further unless you all have comments.
Core Electric does not cover my end of the county, so I would defer to you or Jody.
I'm not exactly sure where they start. I think it's Floyd Hill and South.
Aisley, Floyd Hill, Echo Hills, kind of the Beaverbrook.
Oh, really?
shed. Yeah.
Okay.
So just, I mean, it's just a corner, but I think that because of I frankly, I think that the members, because we can get Core Electric to come here, we can talk to them, but the members of Core Electric that are going to be there need to hear that there's a county government that thinks that they frankly failed in protecting people.
Okay, George, are you on it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so then few comments about legislative session closed. To the public comment we heard about House Bill 1237. Yes, that was supported by CCI. Effort was made to make sure that CCI didn't try to get that the bicycle rules out. The majority of CCI members don't like anything that has the word bicycle in it, but there was actually a fair amount of effort to make sure that at least counties showed up asking it to stay in. Some other big wins this session that were CCAT, counties and commissioners acting together, priorities. One was I'm going to call it a hail enterprise. This is really an insurance affordability enterprise. What it does is it collects small fees to help people replace roofs with hail resistant roofs. You might wonder why this matters to us. This matters to us because a stunning portion of the rate increases and the availability challenges that we've seen in Colorado with the homeowners insurance market has to do with hail losses.
Versus fire.
Versus fire, correct.
Interesting.
And so last year we advocated for an enterprise or a bill that created two enterprises, a fire and a hail enterprise. It couldn't pass. So this year we went with just the hail enterprise. It took a lot of effort. It was a big win. Colleagues, there's a person that I hope is around the state for a long time. His name is Michael Conway. He's the insurance commissioner. He came on with Governor Polis. I hope the next governor retains him. He's brilliant. And he got this done. The other thing that he helped get done or got done was extending the life of the health insurance enterprise for another year. The health insurance affordability enterprise funds what we call the reinsurance program. And it's basically helps pay for the big losses that health insurance companies pay. And in doing so, requires them to bring down their rates for everybody. When it originally passed in 2019, it has saved Coloradans $2 billion in healthcare premiums over that time. It got a 1-year extension this session. It will be a conversation next session. It is really, really important. Both of these topics, as you know, and I apologize if this comes across as a lecture, are really important to Clear Creek, both from containing our budget perspective and from what do our constituents need perspective. So CCAT will be very engaged in this space. I hope we continue to support efforts like that. Lastly, the Human Services Reform Bill was a huge, huge deal. It was introduced late, but it really was the result of an entire session worth of negotiations. Colleagues, you might remember that the proposal to regionalize human services eligibility management was made by the Polis administration in the fall. in November. And we spent basically between November and May negotiating for a better solution. What we're trying to accomplish is reforming our human services systems so that we can continue to provide services under HR1, under the big, beautiful bill. So it's going to take a lot of money and a lot of effort, and the conversation is not over. It basically set up a structure for us to figure out all the details. Huge shout out to Sarah Casano, who put a bunch of effort into making sure that Clear Creek County's interests were met. We coordinated closely all session and exchanged notes, and pretty happy with that outcome. Those are the bills that I wanted to highlight. There's a whole lot more that happened. Of course, because now we're in, like, the work never stops. And so we're already in a period of trying to identify legislative proposals for next session. CCI has a late June deadline. I don't know the actual date right now, but I wanted to, colleagues, ask for your support again. And what I hope becomes an annual habit on the staff side, between mid-May and late June, of developing legislative concepts. As staff does their work, they may come across things in statute that make their work harder. And one of our jobs is to go and try to get a change to statute. So colleagues, with your support, I would ask Colton to solicit legislative proposals. You might remember last year we got one that we supported and it didn't get anywhere, but is that okay with you all?
Yes.
Okay. The CCAP process is moving fast and furious because we want to get to a revenue diversity proposal. And so on Thursday, the morning of the Blue Sky presentation, I may not be able to make it depending on how long the CCAP meeting lasts, because we're kind of designing our process for figuring out which revenue diversity proposal to bring. And I know that's mission critical for Clear Creek, so I will prioritize that. So that's everything on legislative session. A quick update on the Forest Improvement District concept. This is the concept that would allows local governments to work together to propose sales taxes for fire mitigation. The proposal that we're making is that the Clear Creek watershed should have one of these so that the metro area can have a dedicated tax to help us do work up here. The Trust for Public Lands has identified funding for facilitation. So we're moving forward. I want to thank Leslie Dahlkemper and Commissioner Sandy Hollingsworth. Both of them are commissioners, for contributing, and Megan Heiler and Matt Taylor on the staff side for just helping. We're coming up with a document to pitch all the local governments that need to be engaged. The best I'll be able to do over the next 8 months, colleagues, is get this conversation started, and then we're going to need a local champion. I know that we all think that this is important, so I have no doubt that the work will continue. Also on wildfire topics, Jody and I both attended on Friday what I thought was a really good, I'm going to call it a fuels economy summit. We talked about business opportunities related to what to do with timber and fuels that come out of the forest. And there was a lot of focus on the kind of timber we have around here, right? Like low diameter, beetle infested, stuff that you typically don't get, like a logger to come and see the economic benefit of pulling out.
Not hardwood, softwood.
Exactly. So I made a series of intros to our EDC really and their partners, the Antero Group. I need to follow up, but there are some business proposals that maybe they work, maybe they don't in Clear Creek, but I think it's worth chasing down. We were talking, everybody's talking about fuel prices. Fuel prices, it was $4.49 in Idaho Springs, $4.89 in Georgetown today. Colleagues, the reason I'm bringing this up to you is because I emailed Stoy when the war in Iran was started. I asked Stoy, hey, look, we're looking at some upward pressure on fuel prices. I want to understand how that affects our asphalt maintenance. Because that's obviously, that's
Petroleum.
a petroleum product. Stolley told me that he doesn't know yet, but that last time we saw a big spike in fuel prices, we did see a big spike in our contract prices. I'm going to follow up with Stolley and ask him to get us, he said in May is when the RFPs go out and come back. And I just would like the board to be updated about whether we saw price inflation or whether we'll see it next year in the cost of doing roads. But our road and bridge budget is really, really tight. When we designed our tax increase for road and bridge, it was as close as to the penny as we could make it to be able to cover our road system. And this is going to put that under a lot of strain. So I just wanted to mention that to you. And then lastly, colleagues, it is Behavioral Health Month. And it didn't occur to me until Thursday when I saw the agenda come out that we do not have a proclamation for Behavioral Health Month. We've done one every year I've been in office, and the Jefferson Center typically brings it. I'm not sure why we did not have one, but I wanted to just take a moment and just remind everyone that it is Behavioral Health Month, that a lot of the work that counties do is directly related to behavioral health. It is crucially important to this county. It is very important to me. Just a few comments. This is also around the time of the year that we lost Commissioner Sean Wood to suicide. So I think it's important to know that people in all places in society can be affected by behavioral health challenges. I myself am affected by behavioral health challenges. I work hard every day to keep myself together in a way that I can keep moving forward. I don't think I'm the only one in this room who is in that space in their life. And I know I'm not the only person in this room that is affected. So just a quick shout out that mental health matters, and seeking help is worth it. And that's all I'll say about that.
Thank you, George. Jody.
Yeah, so it was a busy, definitely with legislation. I think I testified 6 times.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
just gonna add a couple to George's thing because people might be interested in this. Senate Bill 2630 -35 was increased traffic violations. So those of you that like to speed or cross double yellow lines, it's gonna cost more, and hopefully people start driving a lot safer. This affects us up 103, especially Bertha Pass, Winella, anytime people are crossing those double yellows and speeding. And then the other, Floyd Hill, yeah. And then the other one was Senate Bill 1081, and that's the Colorado Electric Transmission System. And this is to invest in, for like Xcel Energy, Core, and all of them, to invest in the transmission lines so that they can reduce the cost of new transmission. And that's, we've seen the ramifications of them not investing in the system and it kind of failing and then having to put a bunch of money into it. So I'm glad to see those pass. And then more locally, the childcare kind of thing, the scholarship program, and then the mountain trails, that's going to get going more. I think starting June 1st, the scholarship program will open up soon. And Georgetown has allocated 11,000. Silver Plum has allocated 2,000, and then we'll decide ours today. So that's kind of exciting. Not much is changing from last year for the childcare people that are listening. We met with the Board of Education and talked about taxing options. And then I did attend that summit with George. And I thought what was interesting, I had no idea what to expect, but there was proposals from taking they called it biomass waste, and you can take the wood, chip it down, or you can shred it. One guy talked about the mushrooms breaking it down. And then all the way to one lady talked about making jet fuel, was it, George? Making fuel out of it.
Sustainable aviation fuel, yeah.
Yeah, so like we went from one extreme to the next, and just all the different ideas that people are trying to come up with to take care of the forests. And it's really important for us to just not let it sit there and become a hazard, because then we won't have a forest animal. And then I did the Georgetown cleanup because that's in my district. We turned in 6 bags. A lot of people showed up. I don't know who all sponsored. I know Cabin Creek, Starbucks, and some of them. So thank you to everybody that brought in the trash. Idaho Springs did theirs. And let's see what else. And then we met with the Lookout Mountain Water District and the school. I think that went pretty good yesterday. We're all going to work on still finding grants. They did not qualify for the congressional grant. So that was a bummer. So we've got to get back out there, find some grants so that they can apply. And then we've all agreed to help them fill out those applications. Mayors and commissioners, we met with them. We do that once a month. Nothing really new came out of that. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Well, my schedule was not as tight as I thought it would be. We had several cancellations that will be rescheduled. The Emerge meeting has been postponed until May 27th. This is weather related. I had a I-70 coalition meeting and tour of the Floyd Hill project, which was postponed. And our 103 evacuation drill after action reports meeting was not conducted. That will be later. And then the Regional Housing Authority meeting was also postponed. So we all attended the mayors and commissioners meeting, a leadership training, met with the Clear Creek Board of Education, and upcoming this week, we have the Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation. I have Dr. Cog and the Mount Blue Sky reopening ceremony. And then, of course, rescheduling of all the canceled meetings. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I forgot to mention one thing, which I think just bears mentioning in every setting possible. I'm sure you all would join me in your dismay that former clerk and recorder Tina Peters will be let out of jail early by Governor Polis. She was serving a sentence for giving people access to her to voting systems, to secure voting systems. And she never displayed any remorse during the trial. Governor Polis bowed to pressure from the Trump administration to release Tina Peters early. In what is will do serious damage, I believe, to a disincentive to people to try to mess around with elections in Colorado. And so I think it just bears noting by this board in public that that was the wrong approach. So, and thanks to everybody across the state who has, from conservatives to progressives, who have called Polis out for cowardly act.
Okay. Communication update. Megan.
All right.
Tyler Wilson.
That's me. All right, my friends. So a few updates here today. Just a reminder, this coming Monday is Memorial Day. Where has the time gone? Clear Creek County offices will be closed that day, but obviously emergency services will still be operating as usual, and a lot of our other services in the county. So thank you to those who are working, but offices like the clerk and recorder, the county building and all that, those will be closed. Also, we are doing a short-term rental, so also known as STR online survey. You can access that at forum.clearcreekcounty.us. I also shared it on our social medias last week, so you can find it there. So please take this. We're trying to get as much input as we can from the community, whether you're somebody who owns an STR or you live next to one or something like that. We want to hear from you. So please fill that out and we will take it into consideration when we are rewriting that ordinance. Also, it's come to our attention again, there is another scam that is going around. I'm just here to remind anybody watching this, Clear Creek County will never ask you to pay for something with credit or with gift cards, things like that. They'll never threaten to arrest you. So if you are getting an email that is not from clearcreekcounty.us, clearcreeksheriff.us, or clearcreekems.com, it is a scam. If you are getting a phone number from a number that you do not recognize, hang up, don't answer. as always, if you have any questions, reach out and we will tell you if it's legitimate. Most likely it's not, if they are asking you for money. So,
And reach out on our published phone number.
yes, our published
Call
phone
back on
numbers
that, yeah.
are, do not reach out to them, but yeah, like for example, there was a planning department one. Now there's a sheriff's office one where they're threatening to arrest you. And so these are all scams. We have not been hacked. So I just wanted to let everybody know that, but yeah, this is happening to a lot of local governments. So I just shared a flyer on our Facebook page. Think before you click, think before you answer, ask questions. So anyways, that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you very much. County Manager, Corolla.
I don't have a lot, just a couple of things. I will be out the next 2 weeks. So Carol Ann will be the acting county manager. So please, if you have any issues over those 2 weeks, work with her. She and Peter will have my personal number. I will be in Asia, but my phone will work. So if you call me at night or in the day, it's nighttime for me. Just wanted to make everybody aware of that. And then we are going to have a series of workshops over the summer about Charlie's Place, with some key stakeholders on developing some options for the board to consider. So when we get through these couple of workshops, the board can expect some options by the end of the summer on Charlie's Place, on what we're going to do to try to financially stabilize that, that shelter. So that's all I have.
Thank you very much. All right. We have Nanette, we have
Me.
here. Okay, for local licensing authority consent agenda.
Yes, this is consideration of approval of a special event permit for Shift Events. The memo goes into detail, but this is an annual event. Shift Events once again submitted an application for this. Staff has reviewed it and recommends approval, and this can be done administratively with a head nod. So may I have a head nod?
Yes, you may.
All right, thank you.
Okay, moving on to Board of County Commissioners action items. Is there anything on the consent agenda that needs to be pulled? Okay. Do I need a motion to approve the consent?
First, you want to read the items into the record and then ask for a motion if after, to see if anything needs to be pulled first, though.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, the consent agenda. A, consideration of approval of warrant registry. B, consideration of ratification of a statement of work regarding the Child Fatality Prevention Act. C, consideration of approval of the Cooperative Law Enforcement Modification Number 004, Clear Creek County, 2023 to 2026 Operating and Financial Plan. B, consideration of approval of a grant contract amendment number 6 between the Colorado Department of Human Services, Office of Behavioral and Community Behavioral Health, and the Clear Creek County for substance abuse and mental health treatment in the Clear Creek County Jail. Item E, consideration of approval of intergovernmental agreement to provide snow plowing services at King Murphy Elementary. F, consideration of approval of cooperative forest road agreement to provide maintenance of U.S. Forest Service roads. G, consideration of approval of contract for RC 26 EV Evergreen Road and Drainage Improvements with Brennan Sand and Gravel Company, LLC. Item H, consideration of approval of grant of easement with Jenna Mers and Monte Mers, Stacy, Canada. I'm sorry. Easement with the Merses, Stacy, Canada sent this to us. Item I, consideration of approval to Unified Form Construction Contract CP 25-02 Sport Shooting Park Outdoor Bay Improvements with True Horizon Environmental Solutions. Item J, consideration of approval of amendment to contract CP 25-05 Mountain Youth Network Headquarters renovation with Novus Construction LLC. And finally, item K, consideration of approval of an FTA 5311 grant application for the Transit Department's 2027 administration and operating expenses. Do any of those need to be pulled?
Nope.
Thank you. May I have a motion for approval?
We would like to make a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Second with the request for discussion.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes, I wanted to comment on a few of these. Item D is kind of a no big deal. We do this all the time. I just want to thank Captain Isaac Lucas for his commitment to maintaining behavioral health in the jail, especially during Behavioral Health Month. Item E, the snow plowing services at King Murphy Elementary. Colleagues, I want to notify you, I had a conversation with Colton about wondering the last time we evaluated the rate that we're charging and reminding Colton that and I think I've heard you all express interest too. I'm interested in us understanding whether there are other places where we drive by with our blade up and instead we could have our blade down and be paid to do that. I think that's how we build a stronger system. So I wanted to just let you know that I had that conversation. And then item K, I just want to celebrate another grant application for the transit department. The roundabout bus is a crucial service. We could not do it without successful grant applications to the federal government. And appreciate Snorri Gunmanson for continuing to shepherd this program.
Thank you, Jody.
That's what I wanted to talk about too, was when a lot of people talk about the county wasting money or we need to get rid of programs to save money. A lot of these, if people watch these items on the consent agenda are agreements. Some we get paid for, some are paid by grants. So if they're more aware, I think, of where the money goes and where the money comes from, it'll be a lot more understandable, their budget situation.
Thank you. And I just have a quick comment on the cooperative road agreement to provide maintenance of U.S. Forest Service roads. This is a very minor job on our part. It takes about 10 hours a year, and it's simply checking the roads for safety, filling in potholes, and we get paid for it. So it doesn't take time or money, too much time or money on behalf of the county.
Yeah, we don't get paid directly by the Forest Service, but the state pays us through our H2CF funds for these roads. And
Very
it's
good.
very minor. It's very minor maintenance. We don't plow them. It is strictly around making sure that they're safe.
Thank you. All right. We've had a motion, a second. We've had discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Consent agenda is approved. Moving on to Board of County Commissioners action items. Consideration of funding amount for the Clear Creek County Early Childhood Education Scholarship Program, the 2026-2027 school year. County Manager Roloff.
Thank you. So as per the agreement with the Schools Foundation, who is our kind of our fiscal agent for the scholarship grants, every year the board needs to set the amount for that they're willing to use out of lodging tax for the scholarship program. So staff is recommending $95,000, which is fairly close to what we provided last year. This will require probably this year a tiny deficit spend into the fund balance and lodging tax, but we really feel like stability at this point is important for the program. So at least we can provide the same amount of scholarships we did the previous year, and that we're not people who rely on these programs to have their kids in early childhood development have a little bit more stability year to year when they're making those decisions. And given that we have a fairly healthy fund balance, a small deficit spend of approximately $7,500 is not going to make or break that fund. Additionally, we got word yesterday that the Georgetown is going to commit another $11,300 to that fund, which is great. So this board action is really just to direct us on the amount that the board is okay with providing to the scholarship fund this year, or for the 26 to 27 school year.
Any questions?
Yeah, can you share, well, first off, really glad that Georgetown agreed with us that they had the capacity to help solve this problem where there's not enough funds in what we collect to meet demand. Do you know, did they put any constraints on eligibility?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't know. I haven't seen the documents yet.
And all of our other partners are stating that they are ready to move forward? Schools Foundation?
No, Jody?
As far as I know.
Okay.
Pam is getting together the scholarship group, pretty much as we speak. It's been a little bit challenging with everybody's schedules. Some Fridays work better, some Fridays don't work at all, so she's trying to figure out what works the best for the most.
Okay.
Can I ask you, who built this presentation, building early learning capacity in Clear Creek?
I don't remember file names. Let me look. I
It was built on February 10th?
Was this from Mitch's?
think this was from Mitch.
Okay. Just compliments.
Yes.
It lays out the need and the successes.
Yes, this is from Mitch on the update at the mayors and commissioners meeting
Okay.
from February.
Mhm.
I provided a lot of the backup documentation. The one thing and the important thing I want to point out in that presentation is that we did get 70 applications and we only funded 30 of them. So if one of the points, and I've heard from the board of this program, is to figure out what our real demand is, we're meeting not even half of it right now. And I think that's good to inform another conversation on the agenda today.
All right. So the purpose of this action item, would someone like to make a motion to approve it?
I've got more questions.
Okay.
Peter, you're good with the contract? You're recommending that we move forward with this contract as is?
Yes.
Which is basically the same as last year, right?
Yeah. There's a chance that we might want to amend it down the road. Colin and I were talking about it. But I think at this point, unless there's a policy direction that's different from last year, we'll move forward.
Okay. And then what do we know of, Jody, I think you probably would have heard first, any commitments from any of our other municipal partners?
Silver Plum said that they were going to do 2,000. She was gonna go back to the board and see if they do more, but she kind of doubted it.
Okay.
That is it.
Idaho Springs?
0, they didn't budget any in their last budget cycle. They will look at it for the next one, but for this one, no.
And we're waiting to hear back from Empire. I thought I heard they had budgeted.
Oh, sorry, Empire's the one that did 2,000.
Okay,
It's,
okay.
it's
Empire.
Empire, not Silver Plume. You're right.
They also have a new board though, so we should probably get them settled and
Yeah,
make sure that they're still good.
Just,
I think Silver Plume was 500 last year, or if any.
It's a pretty nominal amount.
every little bit counts, and it's really nice just to see everybody. I do want to remind everyone that Idaho Springs, Empire, and Silver Plume, and I know you're aware of this, but really this is for the recording and for the public. Those 3 municipalities have lodging tax collected by us within their jurisdiction. And so it's a little bit of a different conversation about equity of contributions. But I am excited to see this year that Georgetown is contributing to this fund. And I think it's going to be, this is how we're going to expand the program a little bit in observance of the demand or response to the demand that we saw. Now I don't have any more questions.
Just one Sorry, just one other thing I do want to note. The current agreement does last 5 years, but it does require each year when you're going to fund that you send a written letter, or it's memorialized in a written letter, an award letter that should be sent to CCSF. So whatever the determination is this year, we will need to follow up with an actual notice referring to the contract.
Okay, thank you. Now may I have a motion?
Yes, I move that we approve the recommended funding amount of $95,000 lodging tax funds for the Strong Futures grant program with direction or authorization to staff to write a letter stating as much to the Schools Foundation.
So this is for the Clear Creek County Early Childhood Education Scholarship Program.
Mhm.
Thank you. May I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, moving on to the Board of County Commissioners regular session. The first on the agenda is a work session regarding the lodging tax ballot measure. Manager Roloff.
So, Megan, can you bring up the attachment on this one? So this is a little, as with anything with this, a little complicated. So I tried to make it clear in the memo and in this little graphic that I made of what a increase of 2% to 6% would look like based on our existing split and kind of a baseline starting position on some thoughts that I've heard from each of you individually, but also I think where staff's kind of comfortable. So basically right now under the 2% structure, as you know, we have 40% that goes to tourism. This is a direct pay. So what that means is they get 40% of collection. There's no budget item really associated. So they're not guaranteed a minimum. 30% right now goes to scholarship. That's approximately 87, but we can deficit spend that number, I think, because it's discretionary every year. So basically the board decides every year how to spend that money. The other 30% is roughly 102,500 is our contractual minimum to the CC, the Clear Creek Regional Housing Authority. Obviously, some years we don't collect enough to cover that on a 30% split, some years that we do. So this year we are deficit spending to make that contribution too. This is a down year. We're probably going to be down, I think 70 grand over what we collected last year. We collected about 380 last year. We're luckier if we're going to hit 310 this year. That's why some of these stickier floor amounts don't work this year as they did last year. We didn't deficit spend last year. We actually ended with a little bit of a surplus. So,
And that is because of fewer tourists coming through because there was no snow.
yeah, it's primarily a pretty rough winter, but in general, sales tax is down everywhere. Even counties like Boulder County, which are very wealthy counties, are seeing soft sales tax numbers. I think the economy is just hard. As was mentioned by the board earlier, $5 gas doesn't help, right? Because that eats into people's discretionary income. Sales tax is largely discretionary tax in the sense that things like fuel and stuff aren't, you don't charge sales tax on, right? Whereas, washing machines do get charged tax. So when people are spending more on non-discretionary, they spend less on discretionary stuff. Especially for a tourism-based spending economy like us, right? Our sales tax and lodging tax numbers are very volatile because we don't have a huge amount of consumption that happens by our residents, right? We have a lot more consumption by people outside of the county. So in largely completely discretionary activities. So that background, if we went from 2% to 6% and we maintained tourism at basically $120,000 a year, we doubled the child care scholarship. As mentioned before, we know we have unmet demand in that scholarship program because of the amount of applications we get versus the amount of awards we're able to get to approximately $190,000 to $200,000 a year. We have a contractual minimum to the housing authority, so that just doesn't that won't really change. And then what staff is recommending is that the remainder, about $500 to $520,000 from going from 2% to 6%, would go to general fund relief, basically. Some level of public safety relief. We know we are deficit spending. We have some functions that are eligible for sales tax. And we feel like that's really critical at this point, that we start whittling away at that number and diversifying some of those revenue sources. Having said 500 to 20 is a very conservative number. I think in a normal year, if this was a normal year, we'd look at about $600,000 to $700,000 worth of general fund relief, which, fans of our budget process will know that that's about half of our ongoing operational budget deficit right now. So that's a pretty good chunk of that doesn't, obviously our real structural deficit is more than that, but just our operational year-to-year draw on the general fund balance, that's about half that number in a normal year. So I think it's a fair amount of relief for us to be able to maintain services at their current level. And that's all we're recommending. We're not recommending expansion of services or anything new. We are recommending that lodging tax be a part of the solution to help make sure that our existing services are maintained.
And this helps all of us. It helps not just the people having to pay the lodging tax because they use our roads, they use our EMS, and other visitor-driven operational demands. But this also helps us because it will help, we were talking earlier about the hit to road and bridge because of the price of fuel, etc. So
yeah, and it's important to say that where we see the biggest impacts of the huge amount of visitor load and traffic that comes to this county is primarily in public safety, right? Our public safety umbrella is way larger than a county this size should need, because of the transit corridor and the 9 to 10 million visitors we get a year. So, we feel like lodging tax should be part of the solution to that problem because those visitors are generating part of the reason why we do need 1.5 more ambulances than we should, and more deputies than we would if we only had 9,000 people and that kind of stuff. So
yep.
I am curious, Peter. I think that we can, and I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but I want to introduce some concepts early. I think we can say, in the last ballot measure, we said at least on some things and up to on other things.
right.
I wanted to get us thinking about, I think maintaining, with respect to the 3 currently funded things, tourism, childcare, housing. We want this measure, should we do it, to allow for some growth? And so I think we may want to use especially with respect to housing and childcare, at least language. Just so that, let's say that revenues are down, but inflation is up and the housing authority is giving raises to its staff. We're able to, from a legal perspective, contribute more funds. Or let's say we have a huge opportunity in the housing space. We're able to use these funds to do it. I think that can give us some flexibility in the future. I know we really want to prioritize, and I support prioritizing, making sure we can continue to pay for law enforcement and those other core services. But that's one topic that I wanted to introduce, colleagues. And Peter, am I understanding this correctly?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's correct.
Colton, you look like you had.
I would actually encourage the opposite. So I'm glad you brought up the conversation. I would actually set floors for the amount of funding that's going to go to tourism and the CCFA. Because right now with tourism particularly, because we're going to collect more than we need to make those obligations, I would like for them to have a reliable minimum amount that they can expect from lodging tax, because part of the issue with the tourism, the way it is, with only 1 employee and very little fund balance, they don't know how much they can spend on promotional stuff year to year because they're relying on direct collection from us, right? So I would actually stabilize the scholarship and the tourism and the CCRH, these third party numbers, and then allow all of the volatility risks to sit on the general fund relief number, because we have way more flexibility than these small operational groups to cut expenses temporarily and stuff like that and find other funding sources, for example, so I understand about saying at least, but I think that that's good in the sense of setting a floor that they can expect year to year, and then allowing the board, if they want to contribute more than that.
Exactly. That's
Yeah,
exactly.
but I do think I would like to see a shift of the risk on the volatility shift completely to the general fund relief number, only because small operational groups, every dollar counts, and they really need to know what they rely on to be able to make like 5-year plans. And right now they can't, because because right now, tourism got $130-something thousand last year. It's probably going to get 115 this year. So that $15,000 loss means $15,000 of direct marketing that's now not happening that they might have planned to do, right? Because they have no way to do anything outside of that one budget line item. So I think giving them some operational stability would be beneficial to make sure that those programs are more effective over a 5-year horizon than having to wait on us to decide how much they can spend. So that would be my recommendation. So I think a floor minimum with the ability for the board to add capacity when needed is great.
I agree. And actually, before I move on to my next comment, colleagues, I'm curious, do you have early thoughts about whether that's the right approach?
So I like Colton's idea. I'm just trying to picture this in 5 and 10 years, right? What this looks like if it's a different board that say doesn't want to put money into tourism or childcare, or how we let the people that are voting know exactly what they're getting, and also secure some of the important things of why this exists. And I think
the ballot language is really important in that sense then, because that ultimately is what the voters will authorize that funding to be eligible for. So if it says in the ballot language, Peter, some control on some amount has to be spent on childcare, and we can figure out how to make that
Right.
expand over time and do all that in the ballot language, then then a board can't come behind them and say, well, we're not spending it on childcare anymore, without actually going to another vote, like public vote, not, so I think the ballot language is really critical in that. And obviously, I think we really know we can get ballot language that's going to work for this.
This would be a shift because the current language says no more than.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, Rebecca, did I jump in front of you?
Nope.
Okay. Current language says no more than with respect to the tourism marketing spend. That's because we wanted to send a clear that we were going to prioritize housing and childcare with these funds. And at the time, we felt like that was something that the voters wanted to hear, a commitment they wanted to see us make. So that's the only one that I'm a little bit waffly on, but I think at least language for housing and childcare makes a lot of sense.
tourism right now currently is at least 10%, right?
That's in state statute. Ours is 40.
Oh, it's
Ours says, no more than 40. And so the percentage number would go down. And then it's a question of, do we want to continue to say no more than, or at least? Colton, you make a good argument for saying at least.
Yeah, because in this case, we are not splitting up an existing stream. We are asking for more revenue.
Right.
Obviously, and we are asking for more revenue, not for tourism. What we're asking for more revenue for on this extra 4% is childcare, housing potentially, and general fund relief, right? That's it. And
So when you do at least, it would be by percentage or it would be by amount?
I think in this case, it depends on how the ballot language has to be run. If we're talking about, if we can write the ballot language that specifically talks about the additional 4%, then you realistically don't need to talk about tourism anymore in that ballot language, because they're being paid out of the first two. Now, if the ballot language needs to talk about the whole 6%, then I would not use a percentage. I would maybe say like like an actual nominal amount plus an escalator with inflation or something
That's what I
like
was
that,
wondering,
right?
because what does
So-
this look like in 10 years?
Right, exactly. So that's what I would do is we can figure out an escalator amount or we can figure out percentages are they're very simple narratively for the public and I appreciate them, but they're very difficult over time because of how volatile this number is. And we could potentially push people down to really cruddy operational levels based on one bad year. So I would like to give the board the ability to be able to cover some of those gaps. We can figure all that out, but I think either way, we can figure out the right solution that works because really what we're talking about is an additional 4% for those three things. We're not recommending that the tourism get more money other than they get a stable number. I think this would be a good opportunity to do that because now, because that'll help them push that small amount of money farther if they at least know what they're getting.
Okay, so we need to change the 40-30-30 to allow for general.
So the 40-30-30 is not in the ballot language that was passed under the last.
Oh, okay, that's.
That's just kind of how the board has operated historically.
Okay,
Those are still discretionary.
numbers.
I mean, the housing authority number is not super discretionary because it's in an IGA, but that's just kind of how it's worked. Like that's been the logic around the split. That's not in the ballot language now, and I would not encourage putting a hard split in the ballot language, but I think what needs to be clear is protection for the voters on what this money can be used for and a little bit of flexibility to be able to handle the volatility and and maybe some shifting board priorities on amounts. But there probably needs to be, so people have some confidence in what they're voting for, some amount of minimum contribution.
And just for the public's knowledge, the 6% was set by the state.
On the how much we can,
Up,
Yes.
yes, we can go up to 6%, and many counties have already taken advantage of that. And we're kind of behind the 8 ball.
yes, some have had, yes, some have gone to 4. I think it also depends on how big your lodging tax base is, on how
Right.
big of a number you need that to be, but statutorily 6 is the cap.
Okay.
Municipalities
Have more flexibility on a cap than we do.
Colleagues, I just pulled up the ballot language. It was,
You mean the old ballot language that passed this?
yes,
Yes.
it was a minimum 60% of the revenue from lodging tax for housing, childcare, for the tourism related workforce, and for all other purposes permitted by law. With up to 40% going to advertising and marketing. So the way that it's currently written, there's a band between 10 and 40% of revenues that can go to marketing.
Okay.
And then the rest can go to anything under the 2022 set of authorizations. If we want to do any of these new authorizations, we do have to go to the voters.
I would assume the tourism board would like the threat to get rid of the threat of going down to 10%. Depending on the board too, if it's up to 40% and a minimum of 10%.
Well, the nice thing is if we go to 6, 10% is pretty much what they're getting now. Right?
Yeah.
Kind of, they're getting a little more, but
But that way they don't lose and we get more money for housing, childcare, and public safety.
yeah, I think given that tourism, as much as it is something that every resident of this county struggles with on an everyday basis, it is one of the few mechanisms we have to actually grow our collections, right? Because our population really can't grow. The better we do on marketing means we recover more money from our leakage. Tourism is a pretty high ROI investment for us, given how big our
Return on
market is. Yeah. And better promotions can theoretically grow lodging tax, which then grows childcare and general fund relief and everything else. So governments very rarely have an opportunity to influence that directly. Tourism in terms of promotion is a way that you can do that.
I think I have some more confidence under a new and I hope durable marketing strategy. It really is what you just said. We spent a lot of time in this county trying to just get people into the woods. not really worry or just assume that that means they're going to end up in the shops instead of trying to focus on getting the people who are already in the woods into the shops. This is not about getting more people into our backcountry. It's about getting people out of our backcountry and into our stores. And so that gives me some more confidence. We have a tourism bureau that appears to understand that strategy and support that strategy. So I think I could talk myself into it. You could probably hear me doing that. I wanted to also just touch on the other big decision to make here is, assuming we do this, is what are the general fund services that I think the right way to think about this, what are the general fund services that we would promise to maintain if it passes? Is it law enforcement? Is it roads? I know the Road and Bridge Fund is a separate fund that does pretty well. Is it infrastructure writ large? That's a little bit of an open question in my mind. I'd love to sort of formally solicit voter opinion about which of these services they prioritize.
So I think I would be careful about saying maintain, because this does not solve our structural deficit problem, right? So I don't think it would be in the best interest of the organization to cast anyone in amber right now and say, you can't touch this service line when we haven't even figured out how to pay our bills. So I think it's some feedback on the public of which services are going to get this money is good, but that does not mean that they cannot be reduced, because we haven't fixed the larger issue yet. I mean, if we have to cut, we might have to cut again, even with this. That would be my only fear about expectation management, right? If this was solving our structural deficit, sure. Yeah. But it's not.
I hear you. We're not talking about promising to expand general fund services, and we're not talking about promising no reductions. But there is something in saying this is going to go to law enforcement versus, say, EMS, that gives confidence that the said service will continue to exist in the future, right? And we can find the right language there.
Right. And I would encourage the board to consider, if they are going to name services that are particularly stressed by the tourism load.
Right.
And that's public safety related services, and infrastructure, because as much as our assessor and our clerk do great work for our residents, they're not really affected by 9 million visitors a year. They work for the residents, right? As an example, right? Whereas law enforcement, elevated arrest rates, elevated transport times, elevated incidences, search and rescue, stuff like that is directly caused by visitors.
That's why those are the allowed ones in the law.
Right.
I'm just reading the two new authorizations we could ask voters for: public infrastructure maintenance or improvements, or enhancing public safety measures by funding local law enforcement, fire protection services, and emergency medical services.
Right. The only caveat I would say, and I'm sure Stoy will slap me, is any support of road and bridge does not help the general fund. Right. And I think that as much as we always need more money for everything, road and bridge is one of the healthier funds we have. So I would focus more on things that are general fund dependent, because that's the ongoing problem.
Despite the cost of.
Yes, it's paid through a combination of sales tax and millage. And since more than 50% of our sales tax receipts are paid by visitors, I'm feeling like they are contributing in some capacity to road and bridge.
Okay.
Where they're not contributing adequately is the general fund.
All right.
And so that's where, even though we do have a sales tax, it's just not enough to cover the exposure that we have from that amount of visitation. So I would probably encourage it to be services that are general fund related.
And just for the public, the county is capped at 2.9% sales tax?
No, we don't have a statutory cap as far as I'm aware on our statute amount. I think
What are we at right now?
2.65.
Okay, so 2.65. And when people come in to visit, they're like, wait a minute, I paid over 10%.
It's municipal.
But that's the municipalities,
Mhm.
not the county.
Right.
Okay,
So if you live in unincorporated and you buy something on Amazon, you pay 2.65%.
okay.
You are not in a
And
municipality.
if you lived in Idaho
Plus-
Plus this
Springs,
probably for us and then the state, I'm sorry.
and
And the
if-
state is 2.76, I don't know, something like
It's
that.
like 4.54.
That was more, oh wait, state. Okay.
And Rebecca, your thought, yes, if you live in Idaho Springs, because it's the state, the county and the municipal tax,
Mhm.
paying around 10.5%.
Right,
Right.
2.9 is the state.
okay,
So it's 2.65 for us, 2.9 for the state, plus whatever the municipal tax is on top of that.
So, I mean, colleagues, in terms of direction, there are a few things that like I'll just share. I'm in support of moving forward with evaluating this. I think, staff needs direction to put together language. I think they need direction to explore polling this idea. Moving forward with a ballot measure without formally asking voters what they might think, I think is always risky. We can have them bring back to us a proposal. We don't have to say today, we're definitely going to do it, but at least direct them to seek some bids or whatever. Not or whatever. What else do we need in terms of direction to staff?
Probably us coming back with draft ballot language. We can put some caveats in there as far as, whatever those surveys say, modifying some of that language, but I think at least a framework of how the money is going to be spent, those are budget amounts, and working through how ballot language would lead to be able to set some floors on funding amounts for childcare, tourism, and the housing authority, so that we have the ability to provide more if we want to, but give them some stability and then carry that risk on the general fund relief.
Okay, what are the dates we're looking at?
Ooh.
We want to start, we need to notify the clerk and recorder by beginning of July that we intend, that we are likely going to be bringing something, but the official ballot language isn't due until probably the first week in September. I don't have the exact date right now, but there is time. So what we could do is bring back in June, just another work session to go over some ballot language. Not the whole resolution, which is a whole longer document, which I'd bring back for approval, but we could bring another work session to go through some proposed ballot language, kind of decide how we want to approach it at that point. Does that work, or is that?
I would add to that, just sort of revising the math based on this conversation. Just sort of what do those two percentages look like, putting percentages there.
Yeah, we can do that. As far as the split, I think me and Peter would need to work through if we want to put actual hard percentages in the ballot
Yeah.
language, given that.
Realistically, just so you know, we will end up, because the statute, because the statute requires a minimum of 10% be spent on tourism, marketing and tourism. We likely will conform it into, just so you know, into percentages, but we will work around that. We'll figure that out and then bring you those options. But likely, just in terms of statutory construction and ballot language, we would end up with percentages, but we can still set percentages, but not to exceed, for example, and things like that as well. So.
Yeah, I will lean towards percentages. I think an easy way to communicate.
That's fair.
And colleagues, I want to remind you that, when we do polling, that person will help us with ballot language. So we don't want to go too far down the road of getting stuck on certain words before we, hear from. Usually what you do is you build draft ballot language and then you actually ask voters what they think about that ballot language. If you're really trying to get great feedback. So anyway, I don't think I have any other comments on this.
I'd like to suggest then, just in terms of making sure that we continue this moving, in light of the fact that the county manager will be out until June 8th. My suggestion would be I'll be back, and then I'll be back at a conference for part of that time as well. I I'm going to suggest the meeting on the 16th, on June 16th, where we could have a work session. Then I'll have initial language. By then I will have had time to run it with Colton, and we can go through that. And then with the goal on June 16th being, I think it's the 16th, being able to then decide what you want to do in terms of survey, what language might be ready to go out, considering that. Is that reasonable or? Okay.
Because I think if we notify with the clerk with our intent by July, we still have time to get through the survey results and everything and modify the
Yeah.
final language.
And just so you know, the clerk, all I do is generally just tell her, it's not like we're a municipality where we actually formally give it, because then we have to enter into an agreement with them. We don't do that with our clerks.
One last thing just popped into my head, colleagues. June 9th is our next mayors and commissioners meeting. We may, in the very least, and Colton, I think you'll be out of town for that, right?
No, June 9th, you're back June 8th.
Back.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be back.
We do have.
Whatever we do have, even if it's just this, we probably want to bring it up and seek some feedback from our municipal partners.
So we want to add a proposed
Yeah.
ballot initiatives
To that agenda, I think is
Okay.
with chair, is that fine?
or,
With the mayor and
do you
commissioner.
have other language you would like to use?
No, I think that's great.
Okay.
Um,
I have 4 others.
and I'm sorry, lastly, in my mind, so this agenda item says a lodging tax ballot measure. Lodging tax is what we've been asked by childcare advocates to consider. Colleagues, are we done considering other options?
I think that's the most prudent one.
The only other option I would say that would generate not the, well, approximately amount of money is nicotine excise tax. So, but I think this is the time for lodging tax.
Because lodging, in my mind, is, directly related to the burden on the county imposed by visitors.
Yes. And right now we are recovering a lot of that burden through fees, but fees only recover our direct costs. This is around covering a lot of those indirect costs, like just the strain on public safety mainly.
Yep.
And just this idea that we build economies, and we use them to provide public services that people need.
Yes.
Right? How we've done law enforcement in this country since the beginning.
It's a big conversation in the public,
Yeah.
why we're not at 6%. Why do you keep coming back to us and wanting us to pay these taxes? So I do think it's time.
Good point. All right, so we done with that work session?
Yes.
Okay,
May I
moving,
request a break?
could we do veterans next, or do you need a break now?
If we could do one now, that'd be great.
Okay, we're gonna go on a 10-minute break. We will be back a little before 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Back in session. Next on the agenda is a work session for a Veteran Services Officer update. Troy Erickson. Thank you for coming.
So good morning.
Good morning.
So I will just lead off with Gilpin County recently lost their oldest citizen, who was also a survivor of Iwo Jima.
Oh, whoa.
So we'd never filed a claim with the VA
Huh.
4 months ago, and he didn't think he deserved anything. So Donald Eaton was his name. He's just shy of 102. So keep him and his family in your thoughts and prayers. And just an interesting gentleman to visit with and try to understand why he didn't think he deserved anything. But the greatest generation.
Mm.
Do you know how old was he?
Just shy of 102.
Oof.
And their oldest citizen at the time. So Open County is without a VSO again. And so started working with him, and we're working with him again just to do military honors for him on June 6th at the Gilpin County Rec Center. So
Okay.
perfect. So last month we had 22 scheduled appointments and 8 walk-ins. We were open for a total of 18 days. Signed up 4 new veterans, both with representation and the intent to file. Working with other veterans, submitted 3 new claims. 1 additional claim for survivor benefits. We did have 2 transportation requests. 1 was fulfilled and 1 ended up having his appointment canceled. So we are looking for volunteers. Our latest volunteer is he and his wife were both retired, do their RV around the country trip. So he'll be leaving next week for that. So we're trying to recruit some more volunteers to drive our VA van. And then we also we had our state training conference last month as well. So that was 22 hours of training with a variety of instructors, and that training continues to really do better.
What are the qualifications to volunteer for driving that van?
So you have to we have to pass the driver's physical with the VA. You have to pass a background check, and you have to become a badged volunteer. So badged meaning like ID badge for this. And then there'll be a little driving course. So basically don't use the government credit card for it not related to the vehicle. Not allowed to use your cell phone while you're driving the vehicle, those kind of things. So that's like a 4-hour training that they can do online.
Can you train people on handling of large vehicles?
It's a van. It's like a soccer mom van.
Oh, a minivan.
It's a minivan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's the vehicle that they would be using, yes.
I was thinking this big thing.
Oh, sorry. So that's to try to do our transports for veterans that cannot get themselves to their appointments, either because of the type of appointment they have, where they're not allowed to drive afterwards, or they may not have the ability to drive into the city anymore.
Mhm.
So we're older veterans. So, and that van is parked over at the health clinic.
What would the commitment look like for somebody that wanted to do that?
So we asked the veteran for at least a 10 to 14 day notice. I mean, they know ahead of time when their appointments are, so we could put that word out and say who's available to take this person. Then it's kind of door to door service. So driving to that. Sometimes our more agile veterans are already outside, but some of our older veterans are probably still inside their homes. Now they're coming into summer. So knocking on the door, just making sure that they're good to go. Just helping them get out to the van. Not that they need a lot of assistance, but just that conversation piece.
It just kind of varies like with time and stuff.
Yes. So most of our appointments are in Golden. And those appointments usually about 30 minutes. On occasion, we do have to take someone to Aurora. We do have another veteran that we're working with, unfortunately has a lot of medical conditions. And at least once a quarter has to go to Eagle for some of his procedures.
Okay.
How many are you looking for? Drivers?
And we'll take as many as we can get.
Okay, I'm just wondering if I could do a Facebook post about it or
Sure,
something like that.
absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool, yeah.
The more there is, the easier it is on everybody.
Yeah.
Versus the burden on one person.
Okay.
And then their comfort level driving. Do they mind driving all the way to Aurora?
Okay.
And then we try to encourage our veterans not to make appointments in Aurora after 3:30 because then it's going to be a long ride back up. And so try to avoid some of that traffic. But again, we encourage most of them to make their appointments in Golden if that can happen.
Trey, I've really enjoyed these regular updates to learn more about the VA's office. Such an important service. I'm curious, what you have, when a veteran moves into Clear Creek, how do you find out? Do they have like, do they have to call you and tell you, hey, I'm a veteran and I'm here? Or do the feds kind of track where veterans live, or how does that work?
So they're not required to call. And so eventually we'll find out that we have that population is increasing or decreasing. So there's no formal method for that to happen other than word of mouth. Or if they're already in our, and that's one of the nice things about the health clinic is it can be an all-in-one shop, right? So if you're new to the community and you're struggling, maybe you start out with our TANF program. And then Tammy's like, oh, well, you're a veteran. Let's go down the hall and meet Troy. And then in that conversation, oh, you have children. Well, let's go over here to the WIC program. Do you know about that? And kind of doing those warm handoffs. If they're not enjoying the VA mental health services, we have JCMH on the other side of the building, kind of doing that stuff. So usually it's word of mouth. Unfortunately, there's no formal process to declare that. Unless they're in the middle of a claim. So what I should also say, so if they move here from Douglas County and they've started working with the VSO down there, then that would be that handoff. That VSO would say, hey, this person just moved into the community and I can look them up in our state system and see where they're at with that process and kind of pick it up from there.
So we know generally how many veterans are in the community, but we don't know specifically who they are.
Correct.
Okay. And so what are the approaches that we take to, do we try to find, like, how do we help veterans know that we're here and that we're offering services, and what's the strategy there?
For sure. So word of mouth is one thing. Starting next month on the first Tuesday, we'll be at the food bank in the afternoon. So the food bank can't identify who their clients are that are veterans because of privacy stuff, but I'll have a sign there saying, are you a veteran? Are you connected? And that's the key. That's the difficult word is when you say veteran. And so what does that mean to someone? And I think everyone has a different opinion. Ironically, it took up until 2 years ago, all of the women pilots who flew the bombers to England to be used in World War II were never classified as veterans and weren't entitled to any VA benefits, were not allowed to be recognized. And so Congress finally passed that law and allowed those that were surviving still to be recognized as veterans. And so some people say, I'm not a veteran because I never left the continental United States, or I just did my time and got out. So any veteran you're a veteran whether you served 6 months or 20 years. Your character of discharge will help us figure out what you're entitled to beyond that. So to outreach for people, it's really seeing someone with a ball cap on or word of mouth. We have, the VFW post has gone under, they went under right shortly before COVID. The our American Legion post struggles. We're lucky to get 5 people to a meeting. We have 16 people on the roster, but we're lucky to get 5 people to the meeting. We're more like 3. The younger veterans definitely do not want to sit in the meeting, that kind of meeting, and just hear stories. So trying to find projects and things that they can do socially, pro-socially, is part of that aim. And then really just the word of mouth. The VA so on sending out notices like the recent PACT Act from 2 years ago that increased the presumptive conditions. But if that veterans never identified themselves to the VA, they won't know, the VA won't know to contact them and say, so the VA and the DOD do not communicate, right? So the Department of Defense keeps all their records, but they don't tell the VA, oh, now that you've passed the burn pit resolution, here's all the veterans in Colorado that you should send a letter to say, you need to go talk to somebody, both to get a health screening done and then to get disability benefits on top of that. There's the breakdown in communication.
So it sounds like it behooves us, or the local organization to publicize things.
Absolutely. And putting that word out there, because once that person is connected, example, the burn pit registry, then anytime something else happens, they'll be notified not instantly, but notified saying, hey, we just determined these other conditions you may be subject to, so you should go get another exam.
So did you publicize that, or does it?
The V, and then the state is trying to work with, so back to your question too, the state is trying to work with the VA to be able to send that out through the VA. The VA will not give the state the list of veterans that are connected with them. But the state is trying to reach an MOU with the VA saying, if we want to push something out, will you do that for us? And so I'm not sure where in that stage they're at with that. Because that's
I
one,
was just thinking of the burn pits, for example. You know, you could do, an article in the Canyon Courier, just kind of reminding people, and even if the particular veteran didn't get the word, maybe his family would.
right, yep, that's a great idea.
I also wonder if, we have a lot of agencies outside of DHS. I'm assuming inside of DHS, like you said, like everybody kind of knows the services and they know the questions to ask. Are you a veteran? Do you have kids? I wonder, do you have the sense that the rest of the organization that interacts with the public is aware of our local veteran services offerings and kind of coached up to like help, like, are you getting referrals from, I don't know, code enforcement, law enforcement?
Law enforcement, when they encounter those folks, yes, I would say not countywide.
Okay.
And that's actually another interesting point is I've had a few veterans that have come in, and there's nothing on our second floor that says veteran services.
Oh, no.
And so I've had a couple people call me later and say, well, yeah, I had an appointment with you. And I'm like, right, we're here. He's like, but there's nothing that says veteran services in that building. And so other than there's a countertop with pamphlets on it, I have some stuff over there. But if the person just gets off the elevator, walks up the stairs and doesn't walk around that lobby, they're not going to necessarily see all of that stuff and recognize that's where they should be. That's the stubborn veteran. That's the one that is already struggling to walk through the door, the one that we really need to make that connection with. And then that's usually followed up with, well, why don't we meet somewhere else?
So we need a building directory at the health center? We don't have that?
Well, we do, but it says human services. It does not say, there's nothing that says veteran services.
Okay.
Um,
I don't think Sarah would mind if you had a subheading for veteran services on the board.
Yeah, so that, and of course, when you walk into the building every day, it's not something that you tend to notice until someone brings it to your attention of like, well, how do we know you're in there? And actually the state folks said it too, when they came up to visit, like, we know you're here because we have your address. We know you're on the second floor. But it's a beautiful building, but and there's plenty of tenants in there. So I understand that. And in Colorado, most folks in my role fall under human services.
But the veterans, I mean, I didn't know that.
But so, yeah. And so trying to put that word out there as well.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so on the task list, make a sign, says veteran services, second floor, room, whatever.
Yeah, I'll put it into ticket for facilities to coordinate that.
Excellent. Thank you. And then a letter to the editor or something just saying, hey.
Newsletter's coming out soon, so you can also send me anything. I would love to add it.
Yeah, and then I would love to hear that. And whether it's our road and bridge folks who regularly are flagged by people as they're driving down the road, just like, wow. We touch a lot of different populations across this organization, and that word of mouth, if that's the primary source that you feel the veteran population is comfortable with, that the rest of the organization is aware that this is an important thing, a resource that they can refer people to.
It is.
Hey, did you know there's a VA office? Did you know? Here's the number.
Yeah. So I think I've shared this before. Colorado is a unique state, which I'm grateful for, is that they require each county to have a VSO versus a regional office where the veteran would have to travel down there to get those services. I think the second part of that, to the word of mouth, is once we started signing folks up for the burn pit registry, they realized there was such a thing. And so the process is we identify you as someone who's exposed to burn pits. We refer you to the VA. You go through an exam specific to the presumptive conditions associated with that, and then you're put on that registry. Same thing with Agent Orange. Well, once people have experienced that and then go by and say, it wasn't that bad. It's down in Golden. It took me an hour, sat down with the examiner and answered questions. And now we know, and because from that report, once that medical report is filed, then we can take that and say, here it is, VA, here's all the things that this person has. And then that, of course, then in turn ties them into free healthcare for those conditions. So once people have experienced it at the VA, that's the other thing. If you have a bad experience at the VA, you're going to tell your neighbor or your veteran's friends, like, man, don't go to that place. That was that was garbage. But if you have a good experience and you say, man, there is a process that they finally figured it out. And here's what you need to do. It's pretty painless. We can do it in the office within 30 minutes. I make all the referrals, fill out the paperwork, and then start that process. So that's the other part of it.
I've seen you personally on Facebook, like talk about when you're gonna do something, you'll put it in the different groups. Do you have like a group where the veterans can go, like a page or anything that,
On Facebook?
yeah,
No.
it's just you personally doing it?
So we have the Clear Creek County Veterans Facebook page, and then we have an American Legion Facebook page where we try to post stuff.
Okay.
But we don't have anything that's county related. And I'm not even sure what the policy is around.
If you have Clear Creek veterans, so you have what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, we have our,
Place for people to go if you have an event coming up, because if you post it and then you don't see it in that group, it's like you just have to be on at that time.
right,
Sometimes the algorithms are just weird.
right. I'm not a social media expert by any means, and so I'm not sure what all that looks like and how do you.
I'm just
Make
thinking
it, make
like,
it cookie.
Yeah, if you send them to me, I'm happy to. I'm always looking for content.
well, the younger generations just communicate differently than the older generations, so we have to learn to adapt to, find them, I guess.
Absolutely.
We've got Instagram these days now, so we can
Okay.
throw it on there too. Yeah, I'm happy to. Yep.
Great. Anything else, Troy?
No, I think that's it.
Colleagues, any more questions?
With you giving these updates, have you noticed any changes from when you started this to now? Are the relationships getting better with the veterans or?
I think two things are happening. I think there's a lot more veterans that are reaching out and having some conversations. It's certainly more difficult when you're 40 years down the road and trying to build a claim. And that's where it's taking a lot longer to put those together because between requesting their medical records, and then sitting down with them with their private physicians not involved with the VA healthcare. So we've seen an uptick in that. And maybe this is helping with the folks that are watching this to come down and visit and for those options. And I think the other thing is just back to when I said, what's the definition of a veteran? It's just having that conversation initially. Don't be dismissive that you're not a veteran because you're not a combat veteran. So there's a lot of conversations around, well, it's only this thing. And I look at somebody who has no arms and why do I want to get anything? It's like, well, here's your other side of that. And just breaking down that barrier of it's okay to just have the conversation initially, whether it's about a home loan, burial benefits, like Mr. Eaton, trying to get him interred at Arlington versus Fort Logan. And so just having those conversations up front have been helpful.
Right.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much for
Thanks, Troy.
coming.
For sure. Thank you much. Take care.
Okay, so we don't have a public hearing. It looks like Board of County Commissioners will now be going into executive session for the following reasons.
Thank you. Before I read the other ones, I did want to give the board a heads up that there is an additional one that is not on the agenda that we will read into the record and it'll be added into the minutes. So I'll start with what we have, but let me just find
Your new one will be letter I.
okay, thank you. I just have to find where I sent it to you. Okay, there we go. Okay, so based on the motion pursuant to CRS, and this is not listed, this is the one that will be added as the last one. Pursuant to CRS 24640224E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to developing and constructing water reservoirs for the county's water bank. And then the additional ones pursuant to CRS 246424B and E for the Board of County Commissioners to confer with the county attorney for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to matters involving potential litigation or other action to address a decision by the Lookout Mountain Water District that will negatively impact the ability of the Clear Creek High School and surrounding areas to provide fire suppression and other public safety needs in addition to other potential adverse impacts, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned issue. If anybody wants to just wander around for the next 10 minutes. feel free.
No.
Pursuant to 24-64024B and E for the Board of County Commissioners to confer with the county attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to potential liability and risk exposure arising from public safety responses and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to addressing the potential liability and risk exposure. Pursuant to CRS 24-6402A and E, 4A and E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest in county property located at 1531 Colorado Boulevard, Idaho Springs, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, or developing strategy for negotiations, or instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned property. Item D, pursuant to 24-64024A, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest in the Old Homestead Mining Claim MS 18567. Pursuant to 24-64024A and D, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest in 1969 Minor Street, Idaho Springs, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to transactions regarding that property interest. Pursuant to 24-6402E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to engagement and cooperation with the United States Forest Service. Pursuant to 24-64024E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to a grant application with the U.S. Economic Development Administration. And finally, pursuant to 24-64024B, for the Board of County Commissioners to confer with the county attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to the county's statutory obligations under CRS Title 28, Article 5, Part 8.
Second.
Did you do I?
In favor?
You read it.
Aye.
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 Motion passes.
Here, you did it.
Your
Wow.
tongue, la, 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 la.
Okay. Done. What did you say?
Said you did it.
Good mock trial
Yeah.
practice. Where he gets those plaques.
Actually, Rebecca made the motion. And then Jody seconded. So, with that in mind, does the board wish to leave regular session and enter into executive session now?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so I believe we'll just return after the executive session to adjourn the regular meeting.
Correct.
Okay, but there's no other items on the public agenda, just so you know.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. We will be moving into executive session. Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners is back in session after our executive session, at which no decisions were made and no minutes were kept. We are back in session in order to adjourn